Good morning. Getting started this morning. And when I went to set everything up, I realized we've made it to the 20th episode that I've done on this game dev. So that in itself is an accomplishment. Making good progress on this game. It's starting to look like a game. And I just posted a pinned message just for everyone watching to make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. We will be starting playtests soon, and I want to include as many people as possible in those. I'll probably be starting a Discord soon as well, just for one-off messages and such. But I also plan on doing some giveaways tied to the game, so definitely subscribe to the channel and keep watching these, because we're starting to get into some of the fun stuff finally. Not that all the early development's not fun, but you don't actually get to interact much with the game in those first few steps where you're just building out, doing a whole lot of coding, not a lot of play testing or interactivity. So we're starting to get to that point where we're going to get to start play testing the game more. And I need help with that. So that's why I'm asking for subscribers to the channel. We can start chatting in Discord and just starting to plan out some play tests and get feedback from different testers. So, on the game front, I've done a lot of little updates the last 2 days. I wasn't able to, um, actually, it was yesterday mostly, and then Thursday afternoon, I did some additional work on the game. So, when I ended my last stream, we added some stuff in the code so it wouldn't completely break my Unity editor when the server never sent a response back on one of our RPC calls. So we had got that working where it wasn't locking up Unity anymore on that call. So that was good, just to have that in the background as a tool I can use when I run into those issues. And what that ended up being, it was actually a really kind of dumb error. So I only had added 4 different modifier types for monsters when they were generated that could be picked from. But one of the monster types that I created, I called it the mini boss enemy type, needs 6 mods added to it. And if you guys remember, when I generate mods, I want them all to be unique types. And since I only added 4 different types, it was looping non-stop trying to find a unique mod that just wasn't there anymore. It found the first 4 and it was looking for a 5 and a 6th mod to add to this monster, and it couldn't find it because I didn't have them in the database yet. So that's what ended up fixing that issue. And then I did just a little bit more troubleshooting. I had to make a few changes on the Unity side to the monster monster component and hero component scripts to make sure the base controller, so the base controller kind of lies underneath the sprites, and that's kind of anchors the sprites into the UI layout correctly. So I had to make sure that was working correctly. There was a couple fixes there. And I pretty much just mimicked the hero controller that we had already for the hero side for the monster side here. And once I finally got all that written out and matching up and made the few changes I need to, I was able to get that up. And once I got the enemies showing up on the screen, I realized now that we had the sprites and the units for the heroes, looking good, I wanted to kind of clean up the combat screen itself. Do another pass to try and make it look better. Because the units looked good, but I was just using solid color backgrounds and no graphics on the rest of the UI. So that's, I kind of did a few little updates there. Um, I added a floating text class, just very basic, but when an enemy or a hero hits a target, the damage amount floats above their head for a couple seconds. I added the name and the level of the units underneath them, and for the heroes I added the class as well. And then for the enemies I added what type they were, meaning if they spawned as an elite version, I make sure I add that to their name, their monster name, so that appears and you can tell that it's an elite version of the enemy. And then I've just been working on the layout. You can see here by this, I pulled in a background image. It's actually something I just generated with ChatGPT for now, but it looked pretty good. It really doesn't look that bad. And then I added the same scheme that the inventory uses as far as the frames for the different panels. I use that same graphic. And I used a graphic for the inventory now instead of just a button. I made the play button use a graphic. And I'm getting ready. I haven't actually done this yet, but I'm getting ready to make this side be the enemy info. If you click on one of the enemies during combat, it should populate the enemy info over here. And then this is the one we had already created. I just cleaned it up and made it look nice. But if you click one of the heroes, it displays their information here, and then this little bag icon lets you go to the inventory screen like it did before. And what I'm gonna do in this section here, I haven't developed it yet, but maybe we'll work on that today. I'll probably work on getting this enemy info working first. I don't think that should take too long because we can really just mimic what the hero side does. But then in the middle there, I want to have a scrolling text for combat. So as we're doing all the combat up above in the visual sense, I also want, I'm kind of already doing it in the debug logs. I already have it where it's debugging out like so-and-so hit the target for this much damage. So I'm going to make a scrolling text that fits in here that just pretty much outputs that same information there. I think that will be nice not only for debugging cases to kind of when I'm doing balance passes on the game itself to try and make that closer. But it'll look nice and have something extra that some people like to see. A lot of RPG type players like to see that extra detail. Let me push play and you guys can see what, because I guess nobody's actually seen this part work yet because it wasn't working at the end of the last stream. So it is generating all the monsters randomly every time you push play. Now I did introduce a bug with that new monster generation reset technique. So when you go into the inventory and then come back to the combat scene, it actually regenerates the combat, which is not intended, of course. So that's a bug I've written down that I'm going to have to fix. But you can see I kind of adjusted the placement of everything. This actually is looking really good. I mean, you could almost call this this looks like a game that's closer to being finished than ours is just by cleaning up the graphics. I haven't, like I said, I didn't fix this part yet, so that's why that's showing up that way. But if you click on the heroes, we still have the effect where it just gives you the brief stats on them. And then if you click play, it worked like before. Their little action bars fill up, and once they fill up, they attack.
And I think I have a bug here as well because they're not supposed to be able to attack the back row until all of the front row's dead. I'm gonna note that too to look into. Why is back row getting hit before front row is dead? That should only be possible if we had ranged or skill attacks, and we don't have those yet. Before front row is dead. That was working, so I'm sure something we've done along this process here just caused it to break. But yeah, you can see there when it's finished, I clean this little combat summary screen up as well. And what I'm going to add here soon, maybe today, but we'll see, is just an inventory or a loot. So if we're going to generate loot at the end of combat now, and it's going to show up here somehow. I haven't decided how yet. We'll kind of work through that. And then once, at the same time, it's also getting dropped into the inventory table. So when you go into the inventory, after you've completed a combat, those items that you earned will show up in the inventory. So yeah, you can see it generates a new combat, no problem. You can see the naming convention. So this legendary is like the mini boss level, the elites are of course the elite level, and then this is just a regular one. So this would more than likely be a loss with the way I have the party set up because they don't have any equipment yet. Because that level 4 legendary rat's probably got some decent stats. And I don't have a way to click on him to show what his stats are yet, but you can see yeah, you can see all the floating text. It doesn't look great, but it looks okay. And yeah, like I said, I can kind of tell just from my earlier playtest that when I see a legendary that's like level 4 or higher, it usually means death to the party the way I have it set up right now. Okay, cool. That part is working. So I think the first thing we'll do today is clean up the enemy side over here and get it working. I didn't really, let me show that real quick. I'm gonna fix my view. I can see all the messages coming in if we get any today. What did I do? I didn't do anything. I just didn't need to click on the entity. So here's what I was going to show you. If you click on, right now, if you click on these, it's trying to run the same, because this is using the same setup as the hero side now. So you can click these like you can the hero, but when you click these, it errors out because it's looking for something tied to the hero component class, the way I have it coded right now. So I just need to kind of do a switch statement or something like that where it says if it's not the, just check if it's a hero component or if it's a monster component. If it's a monster component, then it should update this panel. And if it's the unit panel, it's already working and updating this one correctly. So that's all we should have to do to get that to work in theory. So we can look at that here. When I have to add this background, the reason I have to do that is because this turns on and off, but when this turns off right now, you see that green background behind it, and that's very tacky. So I fixed that for the unit one. I added a background right above it instead of on the same layer. That way if you turn it off, it just is blank like it is. So we'll do that first. And the way I did that is I add an image, and then I just make it stretch to the size of this panel. You can do that by holding down Alt while you click this stretch button in the bottom. And that just auto stretches it to match the container it's in. And then I'm going to rename this selected enemy unit background or info background. And now that it's at the right size, I'm going to put it right above, outside of that. That was not the right spot. I want that to be out. There we go. And then drop this right under it. And then this one, I just need to set the sprite to that panel, which is under item. Where was that at? Images, panel. It's either this one or the other one. I have two panels for some reason. Yeah, that was the right one. One of them doesn't stretch, or one doesn't adjust by slicing. If you look at the actual image, it's just this little thing with 4 quadrants. And just the way that these kind work is it kind of can stretch and just use this middle section that will do the stretching side to side or up or down to make it look like this. So that's a neat technique and a neat way to create frames for panels. Okay, so that should work now. Let's double check that. So if I click on selected enemy info and turn that off now, there we go. We still see the panel. So that'll fix that part. And let's go into that script now and update it since it's going to work for both sides now. Let's just rename these so they make more sense. So we're going to say unit name. We can just call this unit class level and unit HPMP. And this could just be, let's call it unit info. And I don't know why I'm doing this without actually renaming the field. That would have made this easier because now I got to go down and do those other ones. Let's just name this unit info. Let's just name it unit. There's no reason for unit info. Okay. So this, I changed the unit name. Unit class level. Unit HPMP. Okay. And this part will have to change as well, based on what type of unit it is. Yeah, so this needs to say if unit type of hero unit. I don't remember the syntax for this one. How to use type of to determine which child class I have in Unity 3. I don't know if the way I have these objects set up, if it's gonna properly, if this is gonna properly work or not. This whole idea here. I guess we just can try it and see what happens. So this is just saying I should just type is hero unit. It's mad at me for what? Let me think of a different way to do this, because this isn't really set up in a way that that's gonna work. Really, a unit has both sides all the time, the way I have this set up, and I'm only populating one or the other. So really what I should do here is say if unit dot hero dot I guess I could just say job is not equal to null. I'm just picking one of the items in there. Then we know it's a hero. And all of this needs to go in there. Oh, we didn't assign that yet. So that needs to happen first. And then these need to go in there. This needs to stay out and go above at the very beginning of this method. Yeah, the way that's working isn't gonna work, is it? Selected hero. We'll have to kind of refactor the way this works. So Combat Manager has whatever's triggering there. So we're gonna need another one for we need another unit for the selected enemy. Okay. And then where's the, since that's private, I know I have to have a method down here to actually set that. Where's that at? So we need to do the same setup here. Set selected enemy. You know what? Let me where's that at? What's triggering? Where's this on where's this at? The action panel controller. Okay. So right now it says open unit stats panel. That only works for the hero side, the way that's set up. We have the unit right here. We are passing that on. Are we? Yes, we are. We're passing the unit. Which means let's pass it down here as well. And we have to do the same thing down here that we were doing in that other class. We pretty much just have to say if unit dot hero dot job is not equal to null. And we know this is a hero. Let's do that one. And then we can do an if. I'm not going to do an else because I want to test this the right way where we don't want this to turn on for the wrong reasons. We want to make sure this data is in there. So let's just say if monster dot let's see, it doesn't really matter. We can pick any of those. They should all be populated. And then on this, we're going to have to bring in the other panel. So we're bringing that in. Let's do like we did up here and turn it off when it first starts. Because we haven't clicked anything yet. We don't want those, like it's showing, it has been showing just the basic data that I have in there that's not updated. Okay. Then down here, we're just going to copy pretty much what that is, except for this new panel. So activate it, make it show up, and then get the component, which is the same one. I don't know what that means. All right, well, that's good. That should work. So that'll get us into the unit stats, or the enemy stats panel. But the one thing we haven't done yet is what triggers this to happen. I think that's in the base combat base component controller. Yeah, on select unit. So this part I'm going to have to update as well. So let's look here. We're going to change this to read unit instead, since it's no longer just a hero. Do I really have to do that? I don't think so. I'm okay if I lose any data anyways. This is all just test data. I don't even need to serialize that field, to be honest, do I? All right. So on select unit is over here. Okay. So on this one, we should be able to just do if unit dot has component. No, wait. How to check if a game object has a turn true or false. I don't remember what the syntax for this one is. It's not has component. Try get component. That's right. It has component, but that's because they created a return target dot try get component collector. Turns. I don't understand why this is pushing an out. Try get component returns true. I don't think I need that. If unit dot try get component type out component. Okay. I guess I can use it that way. So let's see. It's saying the type that we want is hero component controller. And we'll just say out hero component. It doesn't match any of the examples that ChatGPT gave me. I mean, I can just do this. Type. Do I have to do like a type of? Is that what it's asking for? I don't. It's just a syntax thing. I gotta figure it out. The out argument type doesn't match parameter type. Alright, I'm getting rid of all this. This is way overkill for what I'm trying to do. If unit dot get component hero component controller is not equal to null. That was getting too difficult. Then we know it's that one. We'll do the same thing for the monster side. That's called what? Enemy what was the other one called? Monster component? Yes, that was it. I don't have this defined yet, so it's going to get mad just for a second here until I define it. We're going to create the onSelect unit. It's just going to be literally the same as this one, except we need to update the other object we create. So selected enemy. And I can even keep this in there. Selected monster. Set to instance dot selected enemy dot common dot name. Seems like a good way. This one should probably be name as well. Okay. All right, over here then, that looks good. So this will get us to the combat manager and update that value. Then combat manager triggers the on unit selected action after that, which I didn't set for this one yet. Is that gonna work? This action. I think it is. On unit selected. This triggers the action panel controller is where that was at. Right here, on unit selected, open stats unit panel. We passed in the enemy, so it's going to say this is not null, and it should set that active and run the update UI on the enemy stats panel. And this part I think we already updated. We updated the, so we haven't actually added the other side. So it'll be if unit dot monster sprite ID is not equal to null, then we know it's a monster. Unit name dot text, well, that would still be the same. This part will be different. What do I want to put here? We don't have a job. And the name has the legendary or elite in the name. So that's already been captured. I mean, do we just put the level on this one for the enemies for now? And then the HP text stuff should work. Now, one thing I noticed, another small cosmetic bug, was when, like, after you select a unit, this doesn't update. This doesn't run when an enemy or a hero gets hit and update this panel. So I probably should also trigger this event. Let's see. I can't trigger the event though. So I need to think, how do I update these panels? I guess I need to do it in the panel itself, probably. I mean, I already made this public so other ones can grab it. The unit's already been set. Wait, has the unit been set? It says private. Oh, it's right here. Yeah, it's... Oh, that's not gonna work. I need to change this, don't I? What do I need to change here? Yeah, this isn't gonna work yet, because right now it's looking directly at the selected hero. I can either make this single... I can make a single instance of this class, manage both panels, that would work, and then I have to pull in both units. That doesn't seem like the cleanest way, but that would work. Or... I mean, why does the act... I guess the other thing I'm gonna say here is, why is the action panel keeping track of the unit selected if it doesn't do anything with it? Oh, because it needs to turn them on and off. That's right. It needs to turn the actual panel on or off. Okay. Hmm. This triggers when you select the unit. So when the unit's selected, I know at this point what type it is. I think that can help us somehow here. So we know when this runs if it's a monster or a unit. We just need to pass this in. Is what we need to do. We have it, and then we already know which one it's referring to. This might make it where we don't even need the combat manager step, really. Although I kind of like it managing the events. And that's where the event triggers. So I guess that's kind of why I put it here. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so that will send the unit now to this. And then this will already have unit. We don't have to set it this way. I mean, we will say this dot unit equals unit. That way it's set in the... Now let's rename that. Let's just call this selected unit. And this should say selected unit. Okay, we don't have to have this anymore. Now this should work. Now it knows, or now it could be either one, I should say. Before it was referencing just the selected hero object in the combat manager. Okay. I think that looks good. Let's test this. Now we're going to have to add the references to those text fields to the unit stats panel for that one. I don't think they're referenced correctly, although I could be wrong. It does look like they're already referenced, doesn't it? Oh, no, they're not. I don't know why they showed up there, because they're not there anymore. Okay, so we need the enemy name. And that shouldn't mess with the hero one, right? That one should still be fine. No, it's not. I guess because I changed... I don't know. I changed the data in the class and I somehow lost those references. Okay. Let's save that so we keep the changes we just made. See if this works. That didn't work. And that didn't work either. The variable enemy stats panel. Oh, I didn't assign it. Okay. That should be a quick fix anyways for that part of it. The action panel has a reference to the enemy stats panel. So we need to pull that in. Save that again since we just made an update. Whoops. Try again. We want to see that blank out. That means we've got a reference to it. That looks better. Click a hero. That still works. Click an enemy. That does not work yet. Okay. All right. Unit. This is null at this point. Unit. All right, so we're passing in the unit that was selected. Let's add a debug here just to make sure I'm understanding this. Unit selected. Unit dot common dot name. Okay. And then it opens this unit stats panel. Did it get that far? No, it didn't even get that far because there's nothing here. Okay. Gotta wait for this to load before it lets me click back. All right. So this section is not running. I wonder if with the monster, let's set up a couple more debugs that I can turn off when I'm done testing this. Hero unit selected, turning on hero unit panels. I think what's happening is it's still triggering the hero side, but I could be wrong. Oops. All right, let's test it again just to see what happens there. I think what's happening is it's hitting the unit panel no matter what. So maybe my null check isn't doing what it is intended to, where it's supposed to pick one or the other. Maybe it's not really null. All right. Let's see what this does. Okay, if I click a hero, I get the unit selected as Chris. Hero unit selected, turning on hero unit info panel. And then I still get the null reference on line 33. Which makes sense because both of these sections run no matter what. They're in two separate ifs. Line 33, I need to go to this one. This section runs even if that one ran. So this is null for the hero. Maybe I should be doing this. Maybe this will work the way I'm thinking. Maybe it's not getting generated. Let's try that just to see if I get a different result. Which means I probably could have used that type of stuff just fine. If this works. Tired this morning. All right, click him. I'm still getting the null reference though, so that didn't fix it unless that's a new spot. Line 69. Where was that at? That's not the same spot. Action panel controller. Line 69. Oh, because I'm doing the same thing. I think we decided I can do this and get this to work. Okay, let's try it again. Every time I push play, it's regenerating combat too, which is also not necessarily intended in the long run. I need to make sure I set the flag. It needs to look at the flag for combat. If combat doesn't say it's completed, then it shouldn't reset combat. It should return to whatever's there and not regenerate. So I'm pretty sure that's all I'm missing to fix that bug. I just haven't looked at it yet. All right. There goes our errors. No more errors left. Hero unit selected. All right, there we go. Monster unit selected. All right. That helps. Yeah, you can kind of see here why these level 4 elite or legendaries can pretty much knock out my team.
I don't know if it would make sense to add, like, should I allow the player to see the damage that they can do? Like, maybe I should show their attack here. Their low and high damage and attack speed. I could show damage, attack speed. Maybe even their skills. I mean, I won't allow the player to click the skills, but maybe show it just like I do with when I get that far. I'm going to show the icons down here for the skills for the hero that's selected, and then you can click down here to trigger those skills. But for the enemies, I could probably do the same thing and just don't make those clickable. Make them just show the skills that that enemy has, just so they know. Like, you can pause like it is right now and kind of review before you figure out your strategy. So I want to make the game hard enough that you can't just auto attack and win. There to be some sort of strategy to this. And I even want, so think back to it doesn't really pertain anymore to World of Warcraft, but that's the game that I know so many people know, and that's why I'm going to use it as my example. But back in the early days of World of Warcraft, if you fought a group of enemies and didn't stun or sleep or something some of the enemies, you would very often wipe. So I want to have some type of crowd control, or at least debuffing as well in this game. At least for harder. I mean, maybe basic fights won't be that way, but I do want some fights to involve crowd control if you want to be able to win. I want that to be a part of the normal stuff. Before you start combat, it's going to load like this, and I want you to be able to click and look through the enemies and say, let's see, I should probably crowd control this enemy and this enemy, and then my hero should finish off the rest, and then we'll do him last, type of thing, you know? That's kind of what I'm going for here, is a 2D version of an MMO battle stuff. I mean, I do have the auto attack, which that's pretty much how MMOs work. A lot of them do anyways. You pretty much just turn on your attacks and they'll continue attacking. And then you trigger skills, and then the skills kind of take over control, and you don't auto attack during the skill being cast. And then when the skill's done casting, it returns to auto attack. And that's exactly what I'm going for here. But I want to add that extra element of strategy too, where you need to be, at least on harder encounters, you're going to need to be debuffing and crowd controlling some of the enemies, or you're going to wipe. So this might be a good balance once I have skills for these enemies, or skills for my heroes. This might be a good balanced fight. Like right now, I know, well, I don't know for sure, because most of these guys are low level except for this guy. But more than likely, when I click play, they're going to lose because of this elite rat, I think. And I could be wrong. But 50 hit points. Plus, I'm sure he has good defense, too. That's the other thing I should show down here is their defensive stats. I probably can do it for both sides, right? I could show the stats over here. Well, the problem with that is I need to leave room for the skills, too, down here. Yeah, we just need to figure out how much we can fit. Look, the heroes are going to win. I was wrong. But like I said, everybody was lower level except for this rat, so it made sense that we had a chance to win this one. Players won. Only one hero was alive, though. That was a close one. All right, so I want to add a few more stats to those if I can fit it. That's kind of where I'm at. Let's see. So I have the names.
Let's just figure out how to add an icon, like a box that we're gonna click. How can I do that? I think for the inventory, all it used was this frame. So I guess what this really needs to be is a layered thing. So I'm going to create an image. And in that image will be the frame. And then we just need to decide how big this needs to be. And this is probably going to be in a scrolling horizontal, maybe. So let's see, scroll. Um, Can't remember exactly how to do this. If I did something like that, and then in the panel, I need to add a horizontal layout group. I can just call this the skill bar. And then if I change this image, so underneath the image, I need to add another image. And that would be for the icon. Why doesn't that one have the frame anymore? I don't know. That looks weird to me. Doesn't look like there's anything in there. Okay, if I put that in the skill bar section, I can offset this. Nope, that's not the right spot. Right there, sorry. Padding. I want some top padding. And maybe some left padding, just a little bit in between each one. Okay. I don't know what I did wrong with the image here. Oh, it's because I overlaid the other image? Is that why? Like if I take something and drop it on there. Yeah, there we go. I still need one more image there. If I'm trying to match the look. So this would be the color, right? Where the heck is that at? Right here. So if that went there, and that, then I need to turn off this gray background. I still lost that frame. Don't know why that frame's not showing up. It's not doing anything. It looks like there should be a white frame, doesn't it? See the white frame there? Or does that need to be set below the other ones? All right, first of all, let's move that out. You just got to get it in the right order, I think. So, oh, I'm putting these in the, they're all separating out because they're in the horizontal layout group. And now it looks right. I guess I can do that and then just do another image to capture it all. And this should be alpha 0. And this would be called skill button. And I'll be able to set up a prefab if I get this to work. I'll have to add a button trigger on there. All right. And then this needs to go in there. This needs to go in there. It's still not working. Unless I got these in the wrong order again. Oh, I do. How did I get that? All right, this is the color background. Let's name these so we know what the heck they are. This is the frame. This is the icon. And this will become the skill button. I need to take the button off of this one because that was the wrong one it was on. All right, so put the icon in there, the frame in there, and the color background in there. This one needs the alpha turned to 0. Okay, we're getting closer. No, that's at 0. I was wondering why that wasn't showing up. Okay, that's better. I don't like that white, but I can probably change that to a color, right? I don't really know what color would look good yet. Maybe a lighter version of brown. Wait, is there a... Yeah, there's a little dropper. Let's pick this color. To match. And I need this... Oh, I'm not actually in there. Yeah, it's still not set up right though. So I want this... No. No. Guess it's in the right spot. I just have to adjust the spacing. Really, all I need is a little more spacing on the left. Like there's about 10 pixels there. Something like that. We added a skill. We need to add the button to this level. I'm kind of going too far here because I'm not really wanting to build out the. I'm not working on the skills at any point yet. That's not what we're doing today. So I need to just stop at this point. But I was really just wanting to kind of see what this UI would look like if I added the rest here and how much I could fit. No, I didn't like that. I don't like how it does that. Can I squish those together? Yeah, that's what I want. And I'll have to set something up in the logic for this that only allows the amount that I want. I still want that spacing. I thought I had the spacing, but maybe that's not the way to do it. What if I set 10 here? Let's do 5. That looked a little too wide. That looks better. Do I need padding? I guess I do, because it still looks the way I want it, so I'll leave that alone. That's doing more what I wanted. When I I want them to stay together. Now, if I add another one, this is where I'm going to run into issues. So I can fit 5 skills the way I have this set up. And I need to determine if that's the most I want to allow. And if not, how to set the UI up in a way where it allows more than this. We can't really make the buttons too much smaller than this. That's already pretty small. If you think of what a mobile screen would be, I mean, you're talking a thumbprint at this point for that little bitty. So I don't want to go any smaller than this. But this is also proving we don't have much room left in these boxes. So I'm not sure how I want to see those additional stats. I guess what I could do. So this is like a left click to get this to come up. What I might do, I don't know if I'm going to do it right now, but it could be something I do in the future. What I might do is if you right click on an enemy or some other kind of click on an enemy, it could display like an overlay card maybe in the top middle, since I'm not really using that space anywhere yet. So for instance, all this space in the middle here, at least currently, isn't being used. Maybe the idea could be, instead of left clicking, you right click them, and then that'll bring up a little item card up here. Not an item card, but a unit card that will have like an X in the top corner when you're done viewing it. And that you could either click the X or you could click anywhere outside of the X and it would make it disappear. That would probably work. That would give you like the full item details. This is just a very brief amount of detail. And I can still fit a little more here. Like I could put level 5 in the first line here. And this should fit no problem. I could say level 5, just like it says on the name tag up here. I can fit all that up there. And the HP and MP row would be at the second row then. And I could even fit one more stat on there if I wanted to. Like maybe defense. I can maybe fit defense, resist, and block all to the right of that. And then the next row could be damage and attack speed. Maybe I'll do that. We can do that real quick. That wouldn't take that long to do that change. All right, let's see. So in the unit stats, wrong code base, that's the server. So over here, what I want to do is the name text will say what we're already doing down there. So we can do that. And then this next section will be, we're going to have to rename these, aren't we? All right, let's call this, we already have the unit HP MP. Come on, load. Oh my goodness. We're going to change this one to say attack info. Let's make it capital because the other ones are OCD. All right. And then that one's already in the right spot, except I want to move it up. Why can't I click on that? So let's take the attack info one and get it down. Move the HP one up. And then in here, we'll just say attack info. Okay. And then we'll rename the third item in the class, maybe? Can we do the same thing up here for the heroes? So how does the hero one read? Let's just push play. I don't think I broke anything yet. I can't remember how this looks. Is it just their name in the top? It is, okay. This is smaller text for the enemy as well. We might want to change that. We might change the color on this too. That'll make it look a little bit more like the inventory UI. It has a different color for the main name of the item. This inventory button is kind of, I don't know if there's a better way to do that. That's a little too big. It's taken away from the space I can use to fill this with stats. Okay. I mean, I need the inventory button, but does it make sense where it's at? Does it have to be that big? I mean, that's like I said with the other icons, it can't be too much smaller than this. And then the hero name, I want this to span this whole space here. Let's go up a little higher and over. Start kind of right on the edge of that little art thing. And let's make this size auto size. Let's make this 30 is the max size for this. But I also want to add, I might be able to fit 4 rows in here. That's what I'm kind of looking to see if there's a way to fit more rows of text or not. But I want this to be bold. And I want it to be the other color, close to that other color, which was kind of like a dark orange. Wasn't it? Maybe not a dark orange. I don't really remember what it was. We'll use that. Okay. And there's room up here to fit the level for the hero as well. And I think for the other text elements, I want them to be even smaller. So I said max 28. I think we could probably go down to 24. And it should still be readable. That will give us a lot more real estate here to fit those extra stats like I mentioned. I kind of want to fit defense, resist, block, attack, and their HP and MP is what I kind of want to fit. And we'll call this one like we did the other one. We'll say attack info. And this is kind of like, I don't know, defensive stats. This needs to be changed to 24 as well. Slightly less. There's a little room here now. If I really wanted to, I can squeeze. I could squeeze more in here. There's room for one more line. It is getting busy. But there's room. And this can even go all the way across on this row. The other one, the inventory's in the way. What else could I fit in here that would be useful? What other stats am I using? I mean, I'm using a lot of stats, but what would be useful to determine? I don't really think there's anything. I haven't showed XP anywhere. There's not enough room to show like all the mods or all the stats. There's not enough room to show all the base stats even. I don't think. That would be hard to fit. You know what that can do, though? We'll leave that open. I think what that will be for, that'll be for like buffs. So there might be a little row of icons here for buffs or debuffs. That's a good idea. I like that. That gives us just enough room to do something there. But this can be good for now. Okay, so is there an easy way to copy everything here into the enemy side and so I retain all of this? I should be able to. I can probably just duplicate this and then rename it. All we'll have to do is pull the let's try that. Let's duplicate that. Delete that. And then grab the duplicated one. And move it over here. Now I need to drop it into that object and just rename it. Selected enemy info. We'll delete the inventory button. This will become enemy name. This will become attack info is fine. This will be enemy stats. We'll just call it enemy stats. And the skill bar is fine. For now, it's not triggering anything yet. And then we should probably just rename this while we're viewing it. Okay, that looks better. I guess since there's not a inventory icon for the enemy, we can push that over and let it fill the space. And then do we have the right references? We should. Let's see if I didn't break it before we go on. And then we just need to update what values are getting pushed into those objects. Why did YouTube kill me? It says my YouTube stream ended. That is not true. Hello, hello, hello. It's still going. I don't know why it said it ended. All right. We did break something. No, we didn't. We just needed to click over here. No, we did break something. Because we deleted the enemy stats. That's right. Because we deleted it, we have to reassign it to the action panel, which is where? All right. Okay, good. Now we can add those extra stats that we want. So in here. So we already updated this to say level, so and we should probably rename this. This is going to be called attack info. The other one's fine. Now is that going to break? That might break this over here. We're going to find out. So I'm on the wrong panel here. Attack info. Unit class level. It didn't look like it updated. We'll just keep going, and if it breaks, it breaks, and we'll fix it. So the attack info section. I also need to say this part up here. The attack info will be, let's see, we'll say attack let's see, this will be unit dot common attack speed minus unit dot common dot attack. Not attack speed, not attack speed. And then that needs to be divided by 1,000. And then we need to format that. Where's my parentheses? I just entered it. That needs to be converted to a string. F2. Okay, so that'll give us that plus I'm gonna do /s, so like per second. That's kind of what that's gonna mean. And then damage. Unit dot common dot. I keep forgetting to capitalize that. Low damage plus unit dot common dot high damage. All right. There might be more room on this row, even after that. But I don't really know what I would show. There might not be room on this next column for the So what else do I want here? I want defense. Okay. Do a 2-string. And then resist. Should be able to copy all this to the other section once this works too. Okay. I do not know if that's all going to fit in there. We should be able to copy those two sections because neither one of those have data related to a specific thing like the other section did. Just paste those in over those two. And let's test that and see what that looks like. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering, especially on the hero side, it doesn't look like there's going to be much room for all those stats. Unit stats panel, controller, object reference, not set. Okay, let's see what I did here. Oh, the attack info. I thought that was going to happen. It like took a minute to load though. Try again. I might flip-flop these. The attack info is not quite as long as the other row. And for the hero, that third row is longer, so I might just flip-flop them. Yeah, see how it's making the text get smaller? That doesn't look right either, though. There's plenty of room here to type these out, at least for these. Plus, this doesn't read right. It really should say attack speed 3 seconds. So I don't need the slash. Because right now it looks like I'm having 3 attacks per second, and that's not accurate. And then like I said up here, I'm missing a space here, and this is just too much data to fit into this text box. This size text box. So let's do those 2 updates. So we're going to take the attack info section, move it out of the way for now. And we're going to move this other section down. And then we can span this one all the way over here. And that extra space might be enough to make that look better, I think. Drop this one in where it goes here. Kind of looks like that's a different size, is it? 24. 24. Guess not. It just looks that way to me. Alright, we need that to be squished in there better. And since I changed this side to stay consistent, we'll do the same thing over here. We'll move these down. Move this up above it. And that needs to go farther. Yeah, I have my spacing messed up over here on this side. Don't know what I did here. Those 2 look fine, but this spacing was off a little bit. Okay, that looks better. Pretty darn close anyways. Now let's fix the text that I mentioned. So the defense needed a space. And then the attack speed, I want to just spell it out. There's going to be enough space on this row. Attack speed. And then instead of /s, just say S. And then we can spell this out too. We're not going to be able to do that on this other row though. All right. Try this again. Let's see what it looks like now. I've just been ignoring that error. I'm not sure what it is, but it's not breaking anything yet. Something about a updated pack or something. Maybe something tied to that asset I downloaded. Oh, that looks much better. I like that too. It gives you a really quick reference to the stats. It's a little busy, but it's not that bad. And then the enemy side. I really like the enemy side because there's no easy way to know. It's not like you can click into the inventory, at least not yet, to see the stats. I made the Tigers too strong, mainly because they attack quickly and they have decent attack damage. This one, he must have rolled a pretty high HP modifier because 60 HP for a level 5 that's crazy. That tiger's gonna decimate my group. Let's see. Yeah, I really want the scrolling. You can see it popping up down here, the damage stuff, but I really want a scrolling text. I think is the next thing I want to add in here. I know this is adding a little bit to the time frame here because I didn't have these called out in my to-do list, but I think these are good parts to get going for my. We're gonna start play testing very soon, so I want to make sure I have a better clean UI to see what's going on. Look, they still beat him. I thought this guy wasn't gonna have any issues beating the team. I was wrong. All right. Now, let's figure out how to make a scrolling text box. I've done this in the past, but it's been a while. So bear with me as I muddle through this. I'm going to rename the action panel. I don't know. It's already got the action panel script. And it's not really named correctly anymore for this. I think originally I thought this would house all the like skill buttons, but just the way I've maneuvered all this, I've kind of created two separate entities now for the heroes and enemies. And that's what will house the buttons and the triggers and stuff. It's okay the way it's named for now. I will remember. So inside of here, what do I need? Let me think. I'm gonna need. Let's just do a quick ask of ChatGPT and see if it can structure something for us. Say, I want to create a scrolling text combat log in my Unity 3D game. Can you help me define what elements I need for this to work? We'll do that first, and if this doesn't have a decent answer, I might just do a quick Google search because I know the last times I've done this, I'm sure I referenced some tutorials online. Already got that. A scroll view, which I Inside the scroll view, you'll have a viewport, the mask, and the content. This is where log lines go. So is content the Text Mesh Pro UGUI, I guess? And a vertical scroll bar is optional. Okay. Add a vertical layout group. So it's saying to include a list of Text Mesh Pro UGUI, right? If I'm reading this right, because it says a vertical layout group. And then add a content size fitter. This is pretty detailed. I like how much detail, or how much knowledge, I guess I should say, ChatGPT has on stuff like this. It's kind of insane to me that it can pull this together. Because you can find tutorials for stuff like this, but it's not summarized quickly like this was on the web. I don't know. Now, sometimes it messes up and stuff doesn't work, but this looks like it's a pretty good start. Create a UI prefab with a game object, Text Mesh Pro UGUI, optional an icon or a background color. Yeah, I don't think I want any of that. I really just want this. Every time we do a log entry, it generates this, which is perfect. That's what I'm kind of doing already with the debug logs. So when I'm running the debug log statements, I'll just have it do this method that will instantiate this game object with this Text Mesh Pro UGUI and send the text into it. And the rest of this should work as far as making it scroll. So let's start working through this. We already have the panel or the parent container. That's the action panel controller. So we need to add a scroll view first. So inside here, we need a scroll view. And we need to size this appropriately. And this is where it was saying about, I think I can get rid of this, at least the horizontal scroll bar here. I don't want it to scroll horizontally. And I don't want a horizontal scroll bar. I don't know how to make it disappear. Oh, it's probably, yeah, here it is. And then the vertical scroll bar can be, I'm going to zoom in here. It can be pulled down. Okay. I do want to get rid of the color, but I'm going to leave it there for now. Like, I don't want that gray background, of course. I just want it to use the background that's already in this. The scroll bar doesn't even have to be quite that wide. That might be too skinny. I might have made it too skinny. All right, that looks good for now. All right, so what's the next step? We need a viewport, which is the mask and the content. It might have included some of that already. Because see, we have the viewport. And then we have the content. So it already includes those when you add the UI. The viewport is that. The content is that. The content should auto size. So we don't have to mess with the size of it. The viewport is where we want it to be. We don't want it to go farther than the boundaries here. And I probably even got these set a little too high. Well, let's see. I need to adjust the scroll view though. There should be a little buffer there. Little margin, little padding. And everybody's quiet today. Of course, I'm not getting a lot of viewers today either. Guess that's a Saturday morning for you. All right, what's next? So we have the scroll view. In the content, we need to add a vertical layout group. And it needs to control the child size, width, and height. And it needs to expand. Yeah, I don't know if that's right or not until we test it. Okay, so add a vertical layout group to the content. I think it wants me to do this. Force expand the width. I don't know what this does. I'm going to leave it like this because that's what it's saying. But I'm not sure if that's right. Add a content size fitter. And that should make it get bigger. Bird size there. Yeah, I remember doing lots of this, so. Don't know. I don't want this to go off to the side. I hope it doesn't. If it does, I just need to adjust those horizontal settings for both the vertical layout group and this content size fitter. And then this prefab. We're going to create. So we'll just create it in here for now. And that's pretty accurate, except it doesn't need to be anywhere near that big. It should be like size 20 at the most. And it should be able to size down to size 10. I don't know, 10 might be too small. But we're going to see what that looks like. And I don't need a buffer on this because I'm going to get rid of this background color. Like as far as margin, I don't need to add padding to this part. And what do I need to do to this? Nothing, except I need to make it a prefab. Probably rename it. Combat log entry. Let's drop that in the combat prefabs folder. Okay. We can delete it out of here now. And then we just need to generate a script. I don't even think I need, at least right now, I don't even need a custom type. I can just use a string. Yeah, like it's saying it would be nice. It's nice if you want coloring or filtering. Let's just start with a string. And I do like the idea of making its own separate script. Max entries 100. We can adjust that. Auto scroll true. So see, it's doing a lot of these things that already I know I've run into issues with, especially the auto scroll. It'll just keep creating entries, but then they'll scroll off the screen and you have to continually scroll it with your finger or something, and that's just not the, you want it to scroll on its own. So it's already thought about that. So I can use this and then I'll just take out their custom. Well, I mean, how hard is it to implement their custom? Probably not that hard. It has a message, it has a type, it has a color. Time when logged. These are only tied to combat log, so I should be able to include these in this same script, I think. We'll see if it lets me. Let's do this. Let's pull in what they've got here, because I think this is a good start. A very good start. Better than I could generate in 5 minutes for sure. And I'm going to put this under here, I guess. What the heck was this called? Combat Log Manager. Okay. Let's paste that in. Okay. Import. It didn't error out. I figured it would for the... That's not right, is it? TMP underscore text. That should be a text mesh pro U GUI. Yeah, I don't think that's right. Component in children. It's not in the child, it's in this object. Okay. Let's pull that other section in, even though it doesn't appear that their script uses it. I thought it did. If it's easy to implement this, we will. Have those. My YouTube is like 20 seconds behind my Twitch. It's messing with me over here. This is a log. So if I run, this is a singleton. That's singleton setup here. So if I do combat log manager dot instance dot log, it will trigger an entry. Now I have to attach this script to probably the same spot that my action panel's at, and then add all these references, but it looks like this might work right out of the box once I start adding the entries where they go. Which is right now the only spot I have is the on hit for the unit for the hero and for the monster. So that's what I'll update first and test that way. So let's do that as a first test. We can look into the other stuff they added later on. I just copied it over so we'd have it as a reference for the future. But we don't have any other types right now than damage, so it wouldn't even make sense to break anything out yet. What I think would be more helpful in here is like a crit or a miss. Maybe should be different colors. We haven't implemented that yet either, but eventually I think we'll have hits or misses. And then when you do hit, it could be a crit hit where it does more damage, and we want that to kind of display differently on this and on the floating text. So I'll have to change it there too, but okay. Let's add this to the Unity editor. Add this new script. And like I said, I'm going to add this to the, I don't know, maybe I'll add it to the scroll view. I can rename scroll view to combat log. Then I can add it there. I think it should work here. I don't know why it wouldn't. Doesn't really matter where you put it. Alright, and then I just need to attach the scroll rect and the content in the prefab. We'll leave the settings they have in there for now. That looks fine to me. And then we need to actually make some updates. Sorry. Need to make some updates to the where the debug logs are at. We need to make it, that's where it calls this new call. Otherwise, nothing's going to happen. We haven't actually called anything yet. Let's see. Like I said, I'm going to get rid of that background. I don't know if the scroll bar, I think I have it set to auto hide, so it shouldn't show up until it needs to. All right. Yep. So now we just need to go into the hero component controller. Right up here where I was doing all this other stuff. I can, once this is working, I'll get rid of this debug log.
but we'll leave it for now. So we're going to say combat log manager dot instance dot log. And we're going to dump the exact same thing that we were putting in the debug logs in there. Okay. And then the same thing for the monster. Okay. Guess I should also maybe do one more log here. I could do. Okay. Copy that over to the other class. All right. I think we're ready to test. If this works, this will be the quickest implementation of a combat log I've ever done. As much as I get angry at AI here and there, it definitely speeds the process up. Just hate that it's taking away our jobs. It's good and bad. If this does work, I'll turn off those debug statements and that'll clean up the logs a little bit during combat. Nice. I think combat, at least right now while I'm testing, is going a little too fast. Not really. I mean, if you think of an MMO, if you look at the combat log in an MMO, this is kind of what it looks like. It scrolls pretty quickly. But this will help me. I might move this up. Because, see, I can still scroll this, and I kind of like that. I might move this combat summary up where it's not blocking this action panel. Because I kind of, once combat's over, I kind of might want to review this for balance and testing and updates. A lot of my guys are only doing 1 damage, which means I probably need to look at changing the logic a little bit for attack. I think defense is way too strong the way I have it set up. You always get max defense. removed from the attack value. So either the defense values I have need to go down, or I need to make it random like damage, where it's not always max defense doesn't always occur. Like you might have half defense sometimes. I'm just blocking a lot of damage. That's what I can tell. Because I have a thing in there that says if it's less than 1 damage, make it 1 damage. And that's like the bottom level that you can be. You always do at least 1 damage. Well, there's a ton of 1 damages in here. Not all the time. But this is really going to help on the testing phase. And that's why I wanted to implement this. Let's change this combat summary panel. Let's just move it up so it's not blocking. I don't want that button to show. Let's center that. There we go. Slightly down. Can I do that? I don't know why it's clamping there, and it doesn't. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't want to see that little strip. That'll work. It's kind of overlapping, but that's fine. That looks cleaner. Let's run one more test. And then I guess we'll kind of start that next section, although I probably won't get real far because I have other things I'm working on today. Outside of this game, unfortunately. This is fun though. We're getting to the point this is really starting to look like the game. Click on units. And see their stats. And these legendary giant rat is absolutely decimating my team. Oh, now it's going off the screen though, so we'll have to make it a little bit shorter. But yeah, that's better for down here. Now, do I need to blank those out? I probably should blank these out on both sides. I thought I did. Maybe not. So I need to turn these off at combat end. And I need to make that slightly shorter. It's clipping at the top of the screen. This picture I'm using isn't sized right, and so I have it going off the top. You can tell by clicking here. That's actually where the top of the screen's at. I need to fix that, but for now that's what I was doing to make it look right. Because I didn't want the characters standing in the sky. I wanted it to look like they were standing on the ground. But that's the image it generated for me. Alright, so that needs to go down a little bit, and it'll probably click in when I get it there. Now I feel like that text is a little too close. That's plenty of room for
whatever data I want to show at the end of combat eventually. Okay, so that part's fixed. Now I need to fix the... So in the action panel, we have references to the two things here. So in this controller, I need to make sure I need to add a reference to the event, and that's why events are so nice. Because I don't even have to do anything to any other class. I can just make this update here. And this will just work. This will listen to that same event. And I want it to say unit stats panel dot set active false. And unit stats panel dot set active false. Oops, I just did the same one. That's supposed to be enemy stats panel. All right, one more test run. And I need to make sure I click on those units so that those get populated before the combat's over for this test. Forgot to turn that off. I guess it will on its own, but this is looking really nice. I like it. Definitely needs some balance updates on combat, but I mean, as far as the look now, it looks way better than it did a few days ago. Yeah, we're about ready to generate loot. I think that's the next step. Perfect. Turn those two off, but we also have the ability to still scroll the combat log, which is kind of what I wanted. Just at the end of combat, if you want to kind of double check what happened. And eventually, like I said, we'll have coloring and stuff. So if there was crits or misses, those will be colored differently to kind of help decipher the log. Right now, it's not easy to read because it's, I don't know, it's just there's no colors to it and it's all the same. It's not that hard to read, but all right. I'm going to take a break, and then when I come back, we're going to get started at least on the loot generation. I don't know if we'll get that done today, but I'm going to at least get it started. Let's see. It is about 10 after. So I'll just put that I'll be back around
around 11:25, and I might be back a little bit before that.
Okay, I'm back. Is my stream still working on both sides here? Let's double check. YouTube was acting funny like earlier. Looks like it's still running. Although, like I said, it's about 20 seconds behind the Twitch stream now for some reason. All right, so we want to figure out how to generate loot now. Let me double check my task list too. I think I already marked off. We kind of did these out of order because this one's kind of already done as far as our task list. So we're going to work on generating loot. And we've already created an RPC call for generate item. So we're kind of, I mean, that call will already kind of do some of this, but we need to kind of look at the what we've defeated, and that will determine what loot gets dropped, if that makes sense. So we need a little bit of logic to go along with this. And like a legendary or an elite version of a monster should drop slightly better loot. So let's look at this. We'll start on the server side here. Let's close everything that's open. And we're going to need to make a new call. It'll be in the item service. This will be called generate loot for combat. What do we want to pass in? Actually, this might be better on the combat. This call might be better on combat, I think. And we'll just have to import the item stuff to it. We might have already done that anyways. No, we haven't. So RPC generate loot. The reason this is better is we're already going to have all the details on combat. We're going to have all the units so that we can determine what loot we want dropped. So this will use a generate loot request. And it should return. We'll just make a new object for this loot response. This is just setting up the server RPC call stuff. This is the object, the RPC objects that we're sending back and forth between Unity and my backend Java server. So that's the step we're working on.
All right, the response will be an item, and that's why we're going to have to import item. Okay, so the response will be a repeated generated item loot items. What else do we need to pass? Or is that it? That might be it. All right, now for the request, we need this doesn't really even have to be an RPC call, but I'm going to do it this way just because I don't want to change anything else. We still want this data returned to the Unity side, and that's why since I need some data returned, it makes sense to make a call to get it. We could be doing this on the normal combat end routines. So when combat ends, it knows in the combat logic, and it could do this on its own then. But right now I don't have like a... You know what I might do? What I might call this? Let's change this to combat summary. And within the combat summary, it will have the loot items, but it might have additional stuff as well. So we might return other stuff at the end of combat. And whatever that ends up being later on, it can get stored in this response. I like that better. That way we don't have multiple things happening at the end. It'll just be this one call at the end of combat. All right, I'm trying to think what I need to send. I guess just the combat ID. If we look at the way this is structured, our combat table has a combat ID, and that's what links it back to the player game and any of those other stats we should be able to get from this. This is all you have to pass in to get all the data for combat, so this should also be enough to do a summary. So this will be a combat ID. All right, we're gonna do a really quick rebuild, and that will add these two new RPC call objects. That way we can use them in our service. And when I say real quick, I mean this takes about a minute. So it's not real quick. Okay, while it's running though, I can go ahead and find the right class here. So we're going to update combat service. I'm going to keep this call near the top. I'm trying to keep all the RPC calls at the top of the service classes, and then any additional methods that help with the calls below them. So like this one I need to move down. Not going to move it till it's done running.
I'm afraid it will mess something up. A message a little bit earlier. I was looking on my phone. I got a new follower. So that's awesome. I appreciate that. But it didn't show up on my little overlay here. I wonder why. Otherwise, I would have noticed it when it happened. I'm not sure. Maybe this overlay's not working. I need to log into that site that manages that. All right, finally done running. Building. So we're gonna move that little section down. I'm gonna create the new one right here. I already forgot what I called it. Oh shoot, I didn't change that. Gotta let this run again. It should have the other things already in there though, right? No, it made it mad. That's what I was afraid of. Alright, I gotta let this finish running again. Alright, try this again.
So we need to pass in combat summary request. Okay. A normal log just to kind of make sure this is running. All right, let's think about what we need to do here. So we need to pull for one, this needs to run before the cleanup, which I think it does. The cleanup doesn't happen until the next combat starts. So all the objects should still be in the database. So let's look at how I can pull the list of units. I guess this one right here. So we need to pull back the combat DB first of all. So combat DB, combat repository dot find by combat, that is ID in this case. And then we need to do combat object. I don't know why my computer's running so slow. Maybe it's running something in the background. Okay, now we have the combat object. Now I think what we do is delegate this to the item service to generate a list of generated items. So a list, generated item, loot items equals item service dot generate dot, come on, generate loot items. And we need to pass in what should we be passing in here? Just the combat object, and then we can get what we need from that, I guess. We don't know what logic we need yet. So let's create that method. And then after we get the list of generated loot items back, we should be able to do, let's see, combat summary response equals combat summary response dot new builder dot set loot add all loot items. That's the one I'm looking for. And then build that. And then the response observer. Alright. So for now, that's all we're doing is loot items. That's the only thing stored in this response. Eventually, like I said, we'll probably have more data that's getting returned, but let's do one step at a time here. So this call is set up. Now we have to set up the call in the actual item service, which is the bigger part of this, to determine how it generates these loot items. All right, so we have a call in here already called generate item. And what does it take in? It takes in, I'd really like that to be not an RPC call though, so we might have to convert that. Yeah, I guess that's all I have right now is the RPC call for generate item. I don't want to use the RPC call. I mean, I can't use it. But right now, what does that have in it? Let's look. So we pass in pretty much just the low and high item levels for it to generate an item right now. That will probably still work. I just need to determine those numbers for each enemy. And I'll probably just have a chance that things drop to begin with as well. So each enemy will probably have a chance for an item drop. And then it'll be a lower chance for regular enemies than elite and legendary. And then the item levels will be based on the enemy levels, probably. Some kind of logic there. Alright, so first of all, I need to take pretty much this whole section and move it to its own method outside of the RPC call. Okay. What those were named? I don't remember. Low item level. They're still not gonna match up anyways. I'm gonna have to do some modifications. Okay, so let's paste that in. Okay. Okay, that fixes the RPC call in case I use it. I don't know that I will in the actual game, but it's still nice to keep it there for testing. And then this should be set up where I didn't change any logic, but this should generate an item. I do need to beef up the actual database with more items. I don't have that many in there yet. Because I don't want it to be pulling from high level items. For a low level battle, it should only pull items in that range, which I probably only have 1 or 2 items in that range right now. This needs to be a low item level. High item level. Okay. So that should work now to generate an item. So I think what I'm going to do is loop through every enemy that was killed. So we'll say 4 unit monster in combat dot get encounter. Oh, I forgot about that. I really need to change how that works. Having the monsters in 2 separate lists is not convenient. I'm looking for the code where I combine them both together. Yeah, nothing special here. I just wanted to kind of see what I did. I literally do 2 loops and add them to a list, so that's probably what I'll do here. Like I said, this isn't the cleanest setup. I need to maybe make a note for that. Figure out how to refactor that. I don't want to get so far in that this gets really hard to refactor. Refactor encounter to contain 1 list for all enemies. And the same thing for the hero. So refactor party to have 1 list of all heroes. Both of those are set up in this way where they're getting created in 2 separate sections for whatever reason, I don't know. So I wanted to make it harder on myself. We're just gonna call this monsters. What is this doing? Don't know. I don't need that line. I'm not entirely sure what that was. Okay, so we have a list of units now. Now we can loop through that. Okay. So for each monster, we want to roll for loot. Been a little while since I worked on this. I want to see how I have it set up. This part I don't have correct. We have to refactor this sometime very soon as well. So every base item can be any rarity. I don't know what I was doing here. Refactor base item to remove rarity. That gets determined when we roll for generating the item. So if we roll a higher chance, then we'll roll a stronger item. And the chance of rolling one of these should increase for item level. So a very low level item might not even have a chance to roll anything higher than uncommon or whatever I have here. Or common, it looks like. I have common, basic, rare, epic, legendary. I have 5 categories. But yeah, that rarity should not be in here. How hard would it be to do that right now, I wonder? Because I really want this to be part of the item generation. So then in the generated item,
we would need to include one more column for rarity. And then all the modifiers happen down here. So that shouldn't be a big change. I think we could probably do that without too much grief. The item level is kind of what determines the strength of the item here. Not, this rarity shouldn't be coming into play. Where is item level? Oh, there it is, level. Yeah, so see, like this level 40 item, level 50 item, those have a lot of stats, base stats. And then the item level itself helps generate the higher rarity levels. If you're a level 50 dragon armor, you have a very high chance of it being a legendary item. It won't always be, but those percentages should increase. So I'll have to do some logic to calculate this, and on low level items it should be harder to get anything to get the higher numbers. So we'll just figure out a way to do that. And then this is going to go away, this column. I'll have to add some more test data in here because my heroes are only going to be able to roll for these 2 or 3 items down here. And that's really not quite enough. Plus some of the stats. I mean, eventually I'll work on balancing the stats. That's not really important yet, I guess. And we don't have the concept of jobs yet, but that's where the item type comes into play. Certain jobs will only be able to equip certain item types. So a sword won't be equipable by a wizard in my game, so that's just an example. And you'll have to figure that in when we get to that step. All right, I think I just pull off the band-aid at this point and get rid of that field, and then get rid of it in the server and see how much I break. That should be my first step here, is just getting rid of that. And then reincorporating it into the generated table instead. So we want to get rid of rarity. All right. All right, rarity is gone. We still need rarity for sure, even on the Unity side, because that's what it's using to figure out what color the background of the icon is. I mean, we definitely need to pass that, and it needs to be passed the same way. So now on the generated item, we want to re-add rarity. Okay. And let's go update that in the server and just see how much we start breaking.
Okay. We might be able to make the proto RPC object stay the same. We just need to populate it with the correct entry. Over here, we need to add the new column. All right, let's check item proto. Is rarity just a string in here? I can't remember. Yeah. So we should be able to make this work. Without too many updates. So the first thing that's going to be broken is item service, I'm sure. And this whole part of item generation is going to have to get updated, so we're going to skip that one for now. And then where we're setting the rarity for the RPC object, this is where we wanted it to be the generated item. Yeah, see, that wasn't too much to update on this part. Now, let's figure out how this should actually determine. So we need to do a random number. It needs to be an integer. We'll say rarity roll equals random dot next int, and this needs to be based on the item level. So did we already get that? Did we already get the base item? Yes, we did. Base item DB. We want to say base item DB dot get item level dot get level. So that's a number. And we're trying to roll for five different types. So what if we just make it like, if it's a roll to 100-ish, we say a roll over 20 or a roll under 20 is common. A roll over 20 is uncommon. A roll over 40 is rare. A roll over 60 is epic. And a roll over legendary or over 80 could be legendary. Does that work pretty good? Maybe I should make it more like a maybe it should scale differently. So maybe the first one should happen more often. So let's say this is 30, anything under 30. And this could be anything under let's say 50. Wait, I'm doing that wrong. 20, 40. Anything over 55. Anything over 75. Anything over 90. Let's make that 85. And let's make this 95. So legendaries should be much harder to generate. So the system I'm getting ready to do here should work good up to level 50 items, and then it's going to kind of break down. So what I'm thinking of doing is take the item level plus 50. Meaning I can't roll anything higher than an uncommon item at the first few levels, which is kind of what I want. And then let's see, at level, what would that be? At level 25 items is when you'd start getting rare. And at level 35 items, you can start getting epic. And at level 45, you can start getting legendary. I like that. Once we start building items higher than that, we'll have to redecide how this logic works, but I think that could work good. So we want to add the level plus 50, I think is what I just said. So the highest we can roll, if it's a level 2 item, is 52. Which means we have about a half and half chance to either roll a common or an uncommon, and we can't roll anything higher than uncommon. Less than 30. Less than 55. We can say if rarity roll is less than 30, less than or equal to 30, and we need to set something here. Let's set the rarity, since it's already looking at rarity down there in a string format. Rarity will equal common. All right, do this for each section. So rarity roll less than 55. Should be uncommon.
Now I know I'm hard coding these. This will be updated in the future to use a configuration setup of some sort, like a config file to adjust these values. Then I might even allow for custom games where you can adjust these values. Very rare. Good try, AI. That's not what I had it called. So that captures. Wait. That's not right. That logic's not right, is it? Less than or equal to 30. It's common. If I roll a 45, this one will not, this one will be the one it hits. If I roll a 60, this is the one it'll hit. If I roll an 80, this is the one it'll hit. Okay, yeah, this isn't right. I can just do an else. But I thought I had this structured in a way where it went higher than that. Yeah, I did something wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4. What did I do wrong? Needs to be less than 55. I mean, I see what I'm doing. These all need to move down one line. So let's adjust these again. Because I want this to be 95. This to be, let's do 80. I think I have one too many numbers here. That can be 55. And that can be 30. And now this should work. So rare happens between 80 and 95. No, I mean epic. Epic happens between 80 and 95. Rare happens between 55 and 80. Uncommon happens between 30 and 55, and common is anything underneath. Okay. Now we got it right. And then this will change to rarity. We just have to make sure we set that somewhere. I guess we can set it right here at the end. We already have the item. All right. So that's set. Oh, wait. It has to be up higher. Actually, this has to be down lower. I said that wrong. All right. Okay. And then this section down here, we can actually transfer that now. Up here. There's no reason we need that down lower. We don't need to loop through that twice. We already know which rarity it is up here, so why loop through it again? I mean, it doesn't take that much time, but it's not necessary, so. All right. I think that will work. So let's finish. Since we don't have anything using the generate item routine yet in the game, it's not worth going to Unity side and testing it. We do want to rebuild the, since we did change a few calls, though, we might need to send the proto files across the wire there and make sure we didn't break anything that way. So let's do that real quick. I'm sure something broke. Actually, I'm not, because we didn't change the RPC call or the structure. So I don't actually know if this will break anything. We haven't used that new call yet on here. That's in the combat proto file. The generate combat summary call. Yeah, that's that same error we've been getting, but that's not related to what we just did. Eventually, I'll go through and try to figure out some of these funky errors, but these don't actually affect anything in the game. This one's weird. I don't know what this is doing. I'll have to Google it or use ChatGPT on it at some point. Not right now. I do see something I want to do. I want to turn this back off. All right. Now we need to finish this section. Now that we've created the updated generate item logic, we need to roll for loot. And the rarity determines if loot drops or not. So let me think how I want to do this. So we can do a need a random. And this needs to be rolled each time. So random chance item chance roll equals random dot next int how do I want to do this? Oh, I meant to say this is based on the type of monster. If an item is generated. I think I said item when I really meant generator. So monster dot get do I save that separately? If I don't, I might need to. I save it in the name field. I save elite
or legendary in the name field. I guess I could get to it that way. Let's see what I can do here. So if we do a if monster dot get common get dot I don't think there's another way. Because we don't know how many mods we have unless we pass that. Oh, we did pass that. We have combat. Do we pass mods in combat? I don't think we do. Never mind. Let's look real quick. Now I'm curious. We pass an encounter object. And the encounter object is a list of units. No, the unit itself doesn't hold the list of mods. So no, we don't have that, which is fine. We'll just have to do it this way. So we're gonna say get common dot get name starts with elite. All right. We're gonna call this chance or rarity modifier. It starts at 0. It doesn't modify it at all unless one of these if statements are true. So if this if statement's true and it's an elite, rarity modifier becomes let's see if we're going to roll a number from 0 to 50. Oh, or 0 to 100 maybe. Percentage wise, what do I want to happen here? Maybe that adds a 20% chance. Maybe this adds a 50% chance. And otherwise, I think what I want to happen is roll 100, add the rarity modifier, and if item chance roll is greater than 75, then it should generate an item. item generated should be based off of what? The generated level, because elite small tiger, let's look now. This says 5. Actually, let's look at the wolf. I can't remember how we generate levels. Yeah, those already match the same level. I don't think I want the elite and legendaries to have a higher level than the regular, and it's not happening currently. I need to adjust that somehow. This generated level should be higher, especially for this legendary. I thought I had that figured in. But that is what I'm going to pass in here. I'm going to pass in maybe 2 levels below and 2 levels above to give us a range of 5 levels. Maybe. And actually, it'll still work that way. I'm going to say if it goes negative, but it should still work that way. I think. So what are we looking for here? We're looking for the monster dot get generated level -2. And the same thing on this side. +2. And that'll loop through every monster and generate items. So then at the end here, we just want to return loot items. Okay, that looks good, but I want to fix that bug I just saw where the generated level for the monster was not getting increased when it was legendary or elite. I thought it was. Okay. I think that looks right for that one. Let's go into the monster service. Let's close all this out. We got too much open. Right here, it's determining the enemy type. So we're getting the base level. We're multiplying it and then adding 1. So why isn't this incrementing? I do have this in here. Maybe this isn't getting assigned back to it though. Mod level is what I want to assign to the level in the generated monster table. Can turn off a lot of these logging statements. Now that I've got that working. Passing mod level in here. Huh. Sure does look like I'm setting it right. This is probably why I saw so many legendaries in the combat generation too. It's not actually passing the increased level. Why is it not passing it? Mod level. Get level. That is so weird. I don't see where this is an error. I mean, in the tiger example that we just looked at in the database, this one, this is an elite. And it says generated level is 5. But we already looked in the base monster table and it's also 5. And that doesn't seem possible because I'm adding 1 or 2 no matter what. This should at least be a 6, if not higher. I mean, the way that looks to me is this should read 5 for the level that's in the base table times 1.35, which would add another 1.5-ish. So we're up to 6.5. Or actually, we're in this row here. Sorry. So 1.25. So we're adding another 1. So we're up to 6 plus 1. It should be saved as a 7 in the database for the generated monster. I'm a little bit confused there. Is this not getting used? I wonder if I was running into this before because I even have a thing up here. I don't think so. I mean, I can change this to this, but this isn't the issue. It just look a little cleaner because we're not putting that whole thing in every section.
Am I totally missing something here? I don't think I'm missing anything. I mean, I'm missing something somewhere else apparently, because this isn't getting saved correctly. It's generating an elite. We know that because it says elite. So that means it hit this section. Otherwise, it wouldn't have done that. Mod level is what we're passing. And up there, we're setting mod level to... Do we set it anywhere else that I'm missing? Is there another method that this jumps to that I'm missing? This is using it in a calculation, but it's not changing the value of it. No matter what one of these sections runs. And we know this part's working because we have the 4 mods. I don't even know if the XP calculation's working. Let's look. The base monster for the tiger is 250 for the XP. The generated tiger mod XP is... That did work. It's got to be in my update. It's got to be, right? This has got to be breaking somewhere else. And because we have level in both spots, I bet that's what's doing it. So let's see. Convert to the generated monster DB. Let's find the level up here. That looked right, didn't it? I think it's the other side, the other conversion, the other way. Convert the database to the unit. This one. Set level. Yeah, there we go. Found it. Found it. Found our bug. All right. That will fix that issue. Let's jump back. All right. Feeling better now. So the monster level will now generate correctly. All right, so this is all set up on the server side. Let's do see if its server starts. Ooh. Okay. Now we need to make that new call on the Unity side. This should happen on combat completed. But this should also trigger from the combat manager. This guy. So all right, if combat is completed, we need to get a combat summary object. I guess we'll store it in here for now, because eventually it's going to store more than just the loot item, so it makes sense to just go ahead and store it. Wow. Combat summary response. It's not a mono behavior, so I can't do it that way, or what's happening? Oh. I know what I'm doing wrong. Oh my goodness, sometimes I wonder. I haven't even done that much today, so I can't blame this on burning out yet. Combat summary response, not combat response. Let's be specific here. And then down here where it said combat completed, where was that at? Right here. We're going to assign this combat summary response equals combat client dot oh, I gotta do that one, don't I? Where's my combat client? I think combat I kind of have messed up right now. The client for my networking. I'm defining it in here. I mean, I guess it works okay that way, but for all my other networking ones, I actually create a specific class, like a wrapper class. Guess I don't need it. Combat client dot generate combat summary. And we just need to pass in the combat ID. Okay. And now that that's stored in here, after combat's completed, and that should run before it triggers the call, right? Yeah. We need to make sure that happens before this event triggers. So now we can
Well, I just realized on the server side, we're going to have to save those items to the database in the inventory. We didn't do that yet. We're still sending the correct items across to Unity, but we haven't actually stored them attached to the player yet. The player's inventory. All right, what am I looking for here? I'm looking for the combat summary controller. It's already listening to on combat completed because that's what it does. Have to add a we're gonna have to add a section here that works kind of like the inventory screen where it shows the I think what I'll do is just show the icon and then next to the icon it will show the name. And what we'll probably do eventually is do like a hover over. Maybe not yet because that might take a little more time, but we'll do like a hover over the icon to see the full item card. Like we see in inventory. So we'll be able to pull a lot of what I'm saying out of that. We won't have to recreate it. But we're going to need a reference to, let's see. We'll need a game object for loot item. That'll be like a prefab. And that prefab will be the icon and the name elements on the UI. And then what else do we need? Eventually we'll need the item info panel is what I'll call it. That'll be the hover over. That'll populate just like the inventory. We'll look and see how hard that'll be. We might not do that just yet. But we'll see. Maybe it's easier than I think. So the first thing is the loot item. So let's look at, let's make sure I've saved all my changes. I don't want to lose anything when I switch scenes, but I'm going to switch to the inventory scene. And look how we're defining the icon in the inventory. And we'll copy that same idea over. It might be a prefab already, and then we can just pull it into this as well. I'm not sure. If it's not a prefab, we'll make it a prefab. All right, we're going to switch to inventory now. So this section the grid here, but I think for ours we're going to do a vertical layout group instead of a grid. So that part isn't going to change. Yeah, all of that's fine. So I need to figure out, I guess I need to look at the script and figure out let's see. Yeah, see here the item controller prefab. It's not a prefab though, that's a class, right? Um, doesn't make sense. Oh, it is a prefab. Why does it look, why doesn't it have the little blue icon in there? I don't know. Okay, so this is what I'm going to use. It's already got all this kind of set. And I think all we have to update here is the icon. I'll have to look at the code. The background image based on the rarity. The count's just always 1 right now, especially for a generated item. I don't think the frame changes. And I don't know what that even is. Toggle. Hmm. All right, so where's that at? That's under prefabs, which is under item. All right, so let's look at roll inventory. We're setting all the data. What class are we in? I jumped all around. Inventory item controller. I guess that makes sense because when we first started looking at the item prefab that it was passing in, it was an inventory item controller. We're going to have to create a different class and just copy some of this over because some of this stuff we don't want to happen. We don't want them to be able to click and drag the item. And we also want the new hover effect, and we don't want that to happen to the item in the inventory. So we're gonna create a new class to mimic this. We're gonna use the same prefab, but put this script on it instead, and then attach all the references. And then set up what we need. Because some of this is not... I don't think this is all necessary. Some of this stuff's over my head. I don't know what this coroutine is doing. Yeah. So we're going to create a new, let's create a new class here, a new script. Let's call this loot item controller. And we're going to pull a lot of the stuff from the inventory item controller in here. I think I discovered a bug. There it goes. I say it's not loading. Alright, so it needs to be a mono behavior, but it doesn't need those other interfaces. Those other ones are related to clicking and dragging. So we don't need those. We might need one for the on-hover event, but I don't know yet. So we're going to leave those alone. We will need all of this all the way down to here. So there's all the items we need. We don't need those actions. I don't think we need whatever this click time is. I don't think we need on enabled. We will need some kind of initialized script. And I guess what do we push to this? We push the visual item to this through the initialize script. I don't know what that toggle group does. I'm not gonna do anything with that, but I might have to research that and see what that is. There must be some functionality in the inventory I'm not aware of. We're gonna say we can even name it the same. It doesn't really matter. We're gonna pass in a visual item.
Is that right? Is that what we're actually passing in? Because we don't have. Let's look at the visual item class. Can't remember what we had to do here. Hmm. How do I get this visual item from my item type? I know I had to have done this in the inventory system. So let's see, on inventory manager. We get the list of generated items. There we go. Where's this at? This is the method I need. Inventory manager. I'm wondering if that should be put on a static utility class. That's probably the right way to do this because we don't want to implement the inventory manager. If we do that, we're going to pull all that extra data that's not necessary. We definitely don't want to implement that in the combat. So let's throw this conversion method into a utility. I don't think I already have a utility, do I? I'm going to add a class called item util. And then here we'll add, or we'll get rid of this. I realize this will break some things, but that's what we want to happen. That way we know what I have to update. Is that the right section there? Okay, let's get rid of that. Put it in here, and we need to change it to static, I think. Can I pull this out, or is it going to make it even matter? It kind of seems like its own thing. All right. There's that call. Now the inventory manager is broken. We just need to use item util dot item util dot. Okay. Now we can use that conversion in our new class, which is where? Right here. So we need to pass. This will be a generated item getting passed in. And then we want to set the visual item to that. So we should be able to do visual item equals item util dot convert generated item. All right, so that will set the visual item we need for that part to be set. And then we can kind of go through this and do a lot of this. We can copy all of that. I don't think it'll break anything. I lied, it broke a lot of things. I don't know if that's going to work either. Although we can implement that. That won't cause any RPC calls if we add that to this. We'll find out. I'll leave that alone for now, but if it gets mad, I don't know that I need all of these, but I don't think it's going to break anything. This toggle group thing. Still don't know what that is. I don't see it up there, so where's that getting defined? Maybe that's a part of one of the interfaces. That could be what that is. We will just do that. So we have where it sets that data up in the object. We have references to those that we'll have to set for the prefab that we're getting ready to create. I don't want to implement any of these This one I kind of do. On pointer enter. That triggers that action. And that action. So I guess I do want to implement. Let's see, this doesn't look like it should be too hard to do. We don't want to allow them to select it. Not in the inventory, or not in the combat summary screen, I mean, and that's what this is for. All right, which one of these interfaces do I need to implement for those events? And then I also need to bring these into, I guess, if we're gonna. You know what? I'm gonna name these something else though. I don't want this to somehow trigger something that I don't want it to. So I'm gonna put, I'm still gonna pass the visual items, but I'm gonna call this on loot item hover. And I'm gonna call this on loot item exit hover. That makes more sense to me anyways. All right. Implemented the action. I need to still implement I pointer enter handler. And is there one for exit? There is. So I bet I need both of those. Exit handler. That should get rid of most of the errors. Let's see what we got left. And these aren't really errors. I just renamed it. So this is on loot item hover. And then down here it's on loot item hover or exit hover. Okay. That looks like it might work. I'm not confident in that statement, but it looks like it should work at first glance. So we are going to close all of this extra crap out first of all. And we need to create the prefab now. So this is going to be a duplicate of their prefab, but instead of using their script on it, we're going to use ours and then just reattach all the references. It's done loading here. Anytime now. So we want to go to the item prefabs. This guy. We're going to duplicate this. Come on, computer. What is going on? So slow. We're going to rename this loot item. And then we're going to go in here and get rid of inventory item controller. And then we're going to add loot item controller. And let's jump into this. Okay, we're already in there. And let's set all these references up. Background, frame, count. I don't know if there's anything for toggle. I might have to look at the other one. So toggle, icon empty, and icon missed. I didn't populate. I don't think I need those for this, especially these last two. I can take those out. Let's see if toggle had anything. Item, toggle. Okay. I don't know what that's doing. I'll have to read up on that one. I don't know if that's something custom they did or if it's just something that I'm missing that I don't know how to use. Let's turn off toggle for now too, because we're not using it. So we'll turn off toggle, we'll delete icon empty and icon missed from our class, and that should fix. We're gonna get rid of toggle for now. And we're gonna completely get rid of these. And oh, I see what it's doing. It's just to say, like, if your icon is missing, it will show that instead. Okay. Let's put those back. We can do that. We can use whatever they're using for the other. For the other one. Let's look and see what sprites they're using, and we'll just copy that. Okay, it's done updating. They're using icon empty for both. Okay. Okay. Why didn't toggle turn off? I thought I deleted that or commented it out. Oh, I have an error, so it didn't recompile. It might not save those changes I just made. We'll see. Okay, that looks good. Let's save the scene. Actually, that's not really the scene. That's a project level asset. Should I push play and see if I broke anything? Because I did change that inventory a little bit. I don't know if that inventory will work from here or not without going back to the game. Let's just see. Just a quick test here. I don't know if the server's running. It is, it's running. Oh crap, I broke it. That's a server side error, it looks like. Quick detail references invalid table or column or function. Look at that. That's a view. Let's close these out. I either deleted a column in one of the tables it's referencing. Okay, yeah, it's even getting mad at this level. What did I do? That would have been in the equip detail. I changed the... I added rarity. That's right. I'm going to say, I remember changing something here. I added rarity to generated item. Alter the view. So this is G item. That might be all we need. Let's try to run that again, and if it runs, it's probably going to fix the issue. Okay. So that wasn't even related to the changes we just made. We just haven't run that in a while, I guess, since we made that update. Let's test that one more time. We don't have to restart the server because that wasn't server code that was broken. I don't think anyways. There we go. All right. Inventory system is working. Didn't break it. Let's go back to the combat screen. I'm going to save a project. I don't think we made any changes there though. Okay. All right. In here, the combat summary. Let's go ahead and turn that on while we're messing with it. And think through what we've got so far. So we have our new controller that's tied to our loot item prefab. We did that much. We're getting the items back from the RPC call and combat manager. Where's that at? So we're setting this combat summary response object in the combat manager. And then we're doing on combat completed. So over here, we have all this, but we need a new section now tied to this stuff up here. So we added a loot item for the prefab. And we added an item info panel, and we're going to need one more here for loot scroll list. Okay. Because that's the object we're going to need to assign the loot item to. And actually this loot item, I didn't finish it out because I wanted to also add the name next to it. I just want to show the image, the icon right here, and then I want to show the name right next to it. Centered on this, in this view. So we're going to zoom out because we're going to attach another this will be called item name. And we want this to be right here. We want it to be at the same height as the image. And then let's put a test name in here. So let's say, what was one of the longer ones? Just as a test item. Flaming Sword of Power. Let's throw that in the test here to see. All right, and we want to set auto sized. We want it to be centered vertically, but not the other way. Can I make this bigger? That's probably good, because it's not going to be able to get much bigger than that. All right. And then the loot item controller, now we're going to need to add the reference to that new text field. So public text mesh pro GUI item name. And then down here where we're assigning everything, item name dot text equals visual item dot detail dot item dot base item dot name. What? Oh, is that right now? Yeah, I'll be done in a few minutes then. All right, let's see if I can finish this last step up before I call it. I didn't know we had something going on at home. Okay, item name. Over here, we need to just attach to that reference. Okay, that fixes that. Item list. Like that. Or that. The viewport should be. Whoops. That's not what I meant to do. That. And then in the content, we should add the vertical layout group. Am I doing that right? We just looked at that on yeah. I'm gonna say this is a good stopping point because this is gonna take a little bit of time and we're getting ready to leave, but I'm gonna work on getting this finished up either on or off stream here so that the next time I'm streaming we should have the ability to generate items ready to go. We're really close. We've already got the call set up. We've pretty much got the UI set up. We just got a few steps here that I'm not able to finish before I finish today. So we did good. And then what's next time? Yeah, we're getting really close to my first play test. So the next time I stream, we're going to work on figuring out how to get a custom group of heroes with custom sprites that the player can assign themselves, and then it saves that data. So this might take a little bit longer than some of these other steps recently, but I don't think it'll take too long, hopefully. So we're getting really close. All right. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you next time.